Good morning. Let's see. QQQ. SPX filled the gap. All right. So a little call interest up to 70 from here. But there are some put walls as well. Like 60. There's a little bit of resistance most of the way up. ES is just testing the upside of the trend again. I could see today ending up very choppy. You think they will short the VIX on pump tech? I've never seen this strategy before. Good morning to you too, Popcorn Trader. It's bold. It's a bold move. Lemony. Good morning. Let's hope it's a fun one. I can tell you right now, it's probably not going to be. None of this looks particularly exciting. I don't even know I looked. Oh shit. That was a pleasant phone call. All right. CEO lady? No, it was my like building management company. Let's say we get to the price level where people who bought during SVB, those people are going to capitulate. What happens when we get to the COVID price level? Will those people capitulate? I mean, the ones that didn't in 2021, I'm sure. Good morning, Barracks. No, I didn't get margin called. I'm not getting evicted. But I do think we're going to end up going to court. So when I moved in here, the management company didn't understand New York City law. Due to the age of the building, my unit is rent stabilized, which means they can only raise my rent like a percentage of the original rent per year forever. And they always have to offer me first right of renewal. But the management company didn't know that, and so they were supposed to put a clause in my lease that precluded me from exercising those rights, and they forgot to. And I rented the place at like the bottom of the COVID low. So all the units around me right now are like $7,500 a month. And I'm paying like 35. And my management company is really unhappy about it. But they can get fucked. I'm never leaving. You paid an entire year in advance? Yep, and this year too. Yeah, I can sublease it because the management company also didn't put a sublease clause in my lease either. The only way they can get the lease changed is if a judge changes it. And I can't think of a single New York City judge that wouldn't laugh them out of court. I'm in Manhattan. It's not that closely of a guarded secret. What was the point of paying it 100% up front? I didn't want to disclose any of my financial information to them. And they were like, well, you need to give us your, like, they want your credit score and all your accounts and everything. And I was like, how about I just pay you a year up front? And they were like, okay, that works. They can hire a lawyer, but it's not going to do them a lot of good. What's funny is I tried to pay a year up front where I live, and they told me no. Bigger companies have they don't want to like change their accounting practices for you. So like a bigger management company would just tell you to get fucked. Where were you staying before renting in New York City? In LA? Or were you living in New Jersey? I've never lived in New Jersey. How dare you? Before I lived in New York City, I was living in LA. And then before LA, New York City. Only a stock market crash will stop the bond bloodbath. They're probably not too far off. Why down? Why up? One coast or the other, always stepping over that big pile of Midwest. Flying over, Jen. I'm like a walk through the Midwest. I had a job in LA and then I was trading and then I moved back to New York. Am I actively shorting your company? Why would I ever do such a thing? How dare you, Lawrence? You think I sold like my October and November calls and then just immediately bought puts? At 115 and 110 for November? That's a baseless accusation. Is Cat a good wheel stock candidate? Absolutely fucking not. Did the Centaur adult film roles dry up? Yeah, I bet. No one wanted the fantasy anymore. They just wanted to pretend like everyone was their stepbrother. And when you're a centaur, that's just not believable. The director said it took the magic out of the scene. Also, laundry rooms are particularly uncomfortable for me. Anything to glean from the BB company split? Alakonos, you've been in here for 3 years, right? Why would you ever ask me about BlackBerry? You know me. It's a parasocial relationship, but what in the fuck is that? Hold on. No, they're not trying to shake me out. It's just some guy hanging from the building next door by a harness, cutting the brick with a circular saw. It's not very OSHA compliant. So the shakeout begins. I told them they could buy me out of my lease, but they don't seem to want to do that. My barber just announced all his cuts are minimum $100 moving forward. Damn. How are you handling that? Just don't cut your hair. Tesla brick 260. Bulls in shambles. I'm gonna close my cat debit spreads here, I think, soon. Well, maybe it'll sell off even more. It looks like they're splitting their IoT and cybersecurity businesses. Look at the agreement, see if you get stock for both. If you do, cool. Hmm. Yeah, maybe cat will keep selling off. I do have until tomorrow. Bear signal tapped. And I think we were actually lower earlier, like before market open. We'll see if it continues. Put interest is climbing pretty rapidly, so that's a good sign. There's a bit more interest at 42.50. If we can break through the call wall at 42.40, then we could see some downside. Although there is a call wall at 42.40. I'll have the bird nest haircut if I don't. Damn. All right, fair enough. Go find a new barber. What PT are you closing your short leg? I have a little bit extra theta on the short leg. I may not close it today, but if we hit 42.45, I can close it out. Ooh, goodies. Gross. That seems about right. Oh, today might actually be a pretty boring one. Data does not look super attractive. You see cat hitting your PT? It already hit one of them. And I got stopped out, so it doesn't really matter. um this next price target down was 55. It could still hit that, but I got stopped out. Got any good long-term bullish, short-term cash generating via CCs you'd recommend? First of all, how dare you ask me for what stocks to buy? Second of all, covered calls in a falling market? Why would you want to own underlyings? Are you in Canada or something? Can you not sell options? About a 42.55 zero DTE call here is a hedgy hedge. Okay, that's probably not that bad. Just don't assume it's gonna go super deep in the money here. Retirement accounts? Canadian retirement accounts? Can you not sell spreads in an IRA? You can sell options in Canada. No, that's lame. Not even on indexes? I didn't ask you, AJ. Schwab lets you trade them. So does Fidelity? Did you get stopped out of all of your cat or just a fraction? All of it. Well, okay, actually, I didn't get stopped out of the 255 puts. I still have those. I just closed the long calls or the long puts rather. You can still spreads and things, but you can never have a net short position in a registered account. That's what I was asking. Why can't you just sell spreads versus buying CCs in the current macro? You need to apply for limited margin to trade spreads and Fidelity too in your IRA. What does buy me out of my lease mean? They give you a bunch of cash so you vacate the apartment? Yeah, basically. Do you track crime and sales on GME? No. We used to. What does buy mean? They give you a bunch of cash for something you own? Where's the bear signal on SPX? Ambiguous on the graph. No, it wasn't. You mean this morning's graph? It's 250. It wasn't ambiguous at all. XRT off reg show? Are you sure? Oh shit, it is. And Rite Aid's on reg show. That's interesting too. That wasn't on Reg Show for very long. That's odd. Fuck, where's Turd? Is there a play in Rite Aid? Aren't they in bad shape? They're in terrible shape. I think they're going bankrupt. Are they filed for bankruptcy? Could it be some other ticker they reg showed XRT for? Doesn't matter. MQ almost at yesterday's open. Yeah, it's dropping pretty hard. It's down 100 BPS right now. Things are getting a little more bearish, Dork. Yeah. Well, 10 years, the 10 and 5 year is still very much under control. But VIX is getting close to 19 again. Or it's above 19. We're in backwardation again. Fun. Ooh. Correlation's up by 0.4 just today. Since market open. It's like 25% of our weekly gain. DN dropping the same. Ooh, yeah, I didn't see that. I wonder if we fall through the call wall. There's a call wall at 40. Yeah, it's still there. But put interest is still ramping up. Up 40% on my A, B, and B position. Thanks, Gorkacelli. Nice, man. Congratulations. Do I have a PT for Upstart? Um, Not right now. I'd like to buy it below 20, but with the financial conditions and credit conditions over like the next year, I might wait till like 15 or 10. Or at least see if it can go that low. Bears are relentless. This is insane. It's pretty cool. Oh, this kind of opens. If we break through 4240, well, even just breaking through 4250 kind of opens up that like 4225 range. But breaking through 4240 opens it up even more if we can blow through that call wall. The out of the money call positioning doesn't seem to be falling off. I don't know how much of it's sold. But yeah, we get a big bump in put interest at 30 and 35. The 10 years almost flipped positive. Full port GME OPEX for this OPEX. I'm not sure it's going to run on OPEX if Reg Show just came off XRT. I'm the one who messaged you on Discord yesterday about those strange positions. I don't think any of them were particularly strange. Lost your gun. Like the at the money call selling, I mean, risky, but not that strange. The 3600 shit isn't very relevant. Those are like arb trades or tail risk hedges. I can tell you some of it is sold. The call interest? I know. Or are you talking about the 3035? I sold some calls. Watch out for a bounce. This is a hard drop. Well, we already know there's resistance at 4240. Carl, stop timing out JFresh. All right. I just realized I was looking at the 5 minute instead of the 1 minute, and I was feeling so much calmer while trading. It's crazy. Should try the 15. Given our recent big downs, is it possible we see pumps this SLD? I think we'll probably see. Actually, I don't know. Maybe after the inflation data comes out. I don't think it's impossible. Trade on the 1 year, it's terrible. I would not recommend it. My port is in ruins. Will I survive? Maybe. I wonder if they pulled XRT off Reg Show and then they're going to cover R1K stocks without bumping borrow rates. The volume today on GME is kind of interesting. I need to know historic shit. Where the fuck is Turd? Nah, I'll be around. What companies recently have a heavier weighting in the S&P? I don't know. You can go look at the. You can go look at their last quarterly report. But I would say right off the top of my head, the Mag 7, because S&P didn't reweight them. I like it when people use you as a personal Google. My QQQ 355, 15 March 25, March 24 put, has only seen 2 volumes so far today. Is it in the green after buying? It's in the green after buying 2 days ago. I have a sell order, but I'm not sure it will trigger with such low volume. Yeah, this is a question I asked someone else last night. If you bought that much theta, why would you sell now? Not only why would you sell now, but like you're not even in the money, right? You're close to in the money. Why not sell now? Long holiday weekend and markets have been choppy. Well, because you paid for a shitload of theta up front. You're not even in the money. Are you going to buy a call? Can you do the Sunday stream on Monday? Yeah, because there's a holiday, so I'm going to do that. Them selling those out of the money calls imply they wanted the price to go down. No, they expected the price to go down or trade flat, or they were simply selling overnight theta. They were largely sold, but bid ask isn't a very good representation of that. I'm not sure of the next move yet. I just want to get rid of the contracts to have more flexibility. You gotta put a bit more thought into the logic behind your trades, right? If you're buying March 2024 puts, you're buying a lot of theta. You're expecting a pretty large move, right? Like your break even by expiration would require a pretty substantial move in the underlying. Now, if you're up and you just want to take profit and you're just scalping them, it's not a very efficient contract to scalp. You're putting a lot of capital at risk for no reason. There's nothing that contract's gonna do that like a 45 DTE wouldn't have done better in this situation. So I'm either trying to get you to question why you bought so much theta or why your thesis has changed. No trading Monday. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? 20.1 miles per hour. Or 32.4 kilometers. That's about 20 meters per second. Would it be politically incorrect to call a financial meltdown on Indigenous Peoples Day Black Monday? No? Monday's a market holiday, isn't it? Oh, it's not a settlement day? Gross. All right. What? Indigenous Peoples Day? Is that is that Columbus Day? Did they rename it again? Columbus was canceled, Gork. Well, only Columbus Day if you're a colonizer. Well, I mean, I am of European ancestry. They did most of the colonizing. It's not a holiday. I was confused because he called it Indigenous Peoples Day. And I don't keep up to date with the appropriate politically correct namings of holidays. Which one is it now? Wasn't it? Didn't I thought they changed it? I'm not fucking Persian. Also, the Persians were the worst colonizers. Haven't you ever seen 300? It's been Indigenous Peoples Day for years. Not according to the NYSE. Are they holding out? Is that what's going on? They're like, we're not going to change the name. Italians did no work. They let the other guys do their thing. Then they just invaded and multiplied years later. Similar to us Irish, the Italians invaded everyone. Yes, I do, Lulu Lulu. It would cost money to get the programmer to change it. What is propping NVIDIA up, or is NVIDIA being used to prop the market up? That's a good question. Most of the thing keeping all of the Mag 7 alive is pulling back sold calls every time it drops. Huge swaths of sold calls. What? No, I think Baba's a piece of shit and the Chinese economy is crumbling. It was designated as a national holiday in 1934. Smooth operator. In 1971, the government declared it a federal holiday. Yeah, but all Columbus days forever are now Indigenous Peoples Days. So if something were to happen in Columbus Day in 1935 or 1972, it would now have occurred on, and that's how that works retroactively. Also, it was only celebrated in Berkeley in October of 1992. No one cares what they do in Berkeley. Biden has officially recognized it as the name of the holiday for the last 2 years. Although whatever president comes next can change that. There's no law or anything upholding it, I don't think. At least from what I see here. Just executive order. Is that going to be our barometer for how racist our next president is? Okay, there's first of all, there's no good pizza in Berkeley. How dare you? Thank you for timing him out, Carl. The fact that people still have discussions about whether or not we should honor the people who were genocided before Europeans came here is strange. When Europeans came here and after, not just then, but onward. History doesn't like to celebrate the people who lost, generally speaking. There's a name for that. That's true, Bob. Yeah. Something history written by the genocidee or versus the genocidee. Motion to call Bob Karen from now on, since he doesn't care about the names of stuff. Yeah, that's probably, you could call him that. Bob is a bit of a Karen. Because you secretly care, Bob. I have a 250C and 240p. I see that they're both going to expire worthless. You might not be wrong. There's a lot of potential for nothing today. What's up, Dan? I care about your rippling thighs and vascularity. See, Karen. XRT off reg show means future ups via delayed settlement. It could, yeah. Greg, people in here get weird. They do. They do. It's a bit earlier than they've pulled XRT off reg show historically. Usually it stays on there through the next like OPEX or quarterly um, rebalancing. Do the Bulls and Bears agree before the day starts that neither one will put up a fight for that day? I think what actually happens is they all get in their positions, and their positions are just the same, but on either side of the current price, and then nothing happens. And then they're like, ah, fuck. People in here are weird. Yeah, yeah. That was the point. Research here for reg show means that they stopped the FTDs and no forced settlement. No. Before I get into a position, before I full port into a position, I'm curious what your opinions of price movement for the rest of the day are after this morning's fun. It just looks super fucking boring. I don't know, somewhere between 44.40 and 44.60 for the remainder of the day, unless something changes. Maybe one of the like Fed speeches or something will shift shit around, but there's some call buying going on right now. It doesn't seem to be leading to anything. We could take a look at futures. Those also look really fucking boring. Very low volume today. No, we can move down to like 63. Like I can see us trending down here into the end of the day. I feel like that would make a little more sense. Beyond that, though, I'm not sure anything exciting is going to happen. We'll probably bounce off whatever our low test is and then move back to like 42.50. It really looks boring. If people have forgotten that 4 trillion in subsidies have been poured into renewables, no, they're just worried about China. I'm targeting 42.29.65 for put capitulation Then call buying to leverage all that gamma. Okay. Maybe I should just go outside and touch grass. That's possible. No, I don't think there's a lot of de-risking going on. Oh, maybe right here. Yeah. That's a big spike in VIX. I don't know what they're de-risking there, though. Hold on, let me look. Ooh, 4,300. Big time, actually. Someone's building up a little longer dated put ramp here down to 42.25. Maybe things get weird. See, look at that guy who had March QQQ contracts. Now you're almost in the money. Only 20 minutes later, with 6 months still to go. He closed already. There's nothing like selling your put when the market's tanking. NDX is about to start gap filling yesterday's open. Yeah, the 10-year's flat on the day now. Dixie's not being very responsive, though. That is bearish as fuck, man. It's not even like they're not even buying a lot of puts. They're just selling off futures. Or going long vol. Just going long vol. VX1. Backwardation again. It's almost like this isn't the bull market you guys remember. You said bearish as fuck, so when bounce, probably right around here. I don't know. We're at 42.63 on futures. If we don't find support here, we could go a lot lower. So this is a good spot to find support. Right around here, between here and 42.55. It's about $8 range on futures before we run into a little bit of support. You gonna close your short leg? Not unless I get stopped out of it. Where the fuck does Charm get worse today? I know I put it on the chart. 42.66, 42.20, 42.26.90. That's interesting. They've got to come in and defend this shit at some point, right? Charm is delta decay. No problem, Adam. Two sigma downside move on the table at this point for QQQ. It's already past the standard one sigma move for the day. Is it? The 7-day standard deviation move for QQQ is 344.80. $353.90 is the one deviation for today. So not quite there yet. The market maker is pricing in 1.4%, but it's close. Odds they rocket us back up into the end of day. I think there's a pretty good chance that they try to defend 42.26. NASDAQ hasn't made a lower low like SPX recently. If it's catching up, the drop. Will SPX break 41.90, which is their solid support since May? It could, although I expect it to be fairly well defended. Two sigma daily expected move for QQQ would be 2.8%. But still coming in. Give me a sec. No. But they're also not selling off very hard. $20. The sold puts here are gonna get squeezed out? That'd be interesting. Fucking greedy bulls. Is tomorrow's data like 50-50 odds on them getting ammo to pump? I'm thinking it's 60% for downs. Yeah, both data sets are probably too volatile. Although I think unemployment is going to pull back a little bit after the big spike last month. And I think non-farms is going to be kind of the same. I don't expect like big misses on either one, but they could. I mean, they tend to be very hard to predict. Retest 4240? That seems reasonable. There's still a call wall, so I don't see why not. Although if this fails here, that's pretty bad. Let's see. We're about 18 basis points away from 42.26. That's not a very big move. God, the hedging on ES is sucking up all the fucking liquidity. The spreads are terrible. How is vol not higher right now? We still play GME OPEXs? Sometimes. I usually just sell covered calls. I played a couple of them this year. If the setup looks good, I get some like debit spreads. Not like I used to though. I'm not buying like $50,000 worth of calls anymore. Fuck that shit. Can you see the zoomed out channel that SPX or ES are in? Sure. So futures found support at the 263 resistance a little bit, but this hasn't really bounced yet, and that's making me think it's gonna fail. Like, the volume response is very weak. And there's so many sellers on this right now. Fair, or hear me out, market crash. Not today. Yeah, not today. HBM took a little beating. It's gonna. I mean, that's the point of DCAing, right? It's the year 2050. Meta's still trading at $300. You still got your short cap puts? No, I got stopped out on the first bottom today. I might re-enter like 62, 50, 50 spreads, but I don't particularly like it going into the data. Like it dropped more than enough. I was pretty happy. I'll think about it. If this starts to break down on SPY and we don't get a bounce here, then I might re-enter. I'd probably do like 62, 55 for tomorrow. Buy the 62, sell the 65. Low volatility environments driver. Everyone knows that the market crash will be on Friday the 13th next week. Sheesh. Pickle Jar's so impatient. No, markets don't crash before OPEX. I don't think you need any of that to be a successful trader, Adam. To be a successful trader, you just have to buy at the right time and not lose money. Most successful traders just flip coins all day and try to lose as little as possible when they're wrong. Like diving deep into the options chain and positioning is not necessary to be a successful trader. I just have a problem. Thanks, man. Did you forget to perforate the lower trend from Tuesday? I did. Did I make it bounce? I'm sorry. No, I didn't forget. I didn't want to. Where do I buy the magic options coin for flipping? What's necessary to be a successful trader, in your opinion? Understanding of support and resistance, the ability to not fall prey to your baser instincts, and the ability to manage risk. That's it. If you can manage risk well, over time you'll make money. With even more time, you'll get better at making money. So TA emotional. Well, technically, yeah. All right, fine. Although support and resistance are price levels, they're not. All right, I'll give it to you. No, you don't need fucking MACD. You can use MACD. You don't need it. Finding resistance is where you draw lines on your chart, right? Horizontals, yeah. The more lines below the current price, the more resistance there is. If you're implying that you can draw extra lines to create more resistance, no. Mitigate FOMO or jumping back in and chasing something that keeps going. Knowing the difference, I think, is pretty important. I have vertical TA lines for dorks work trips. How's ES looking here? Pretty illiquid. Oh, shit. Thanks. So in October, XRT was on Reg Show. 5th, 12th, 19th, and 26th. Interesting. Huh. Hold on, I need to go back and look at something. How many days? 5. 12. 18. 26. 5, 12, 19, 26. Hmm. What day did we go on Reg Show this year? We hit Reg Show during the Wednesday of September OPEX, right? So what was that, the 20th? No. Yeah, it was the 20th. So it's 15 days on. Ten was Columbus. 16/22. 21 calendar days, 17 trading days. This is 11/15. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Sorry. I was just trying to figure something out here. So yeah, we hit We hit that charm risk and bounced a little here. Let's see if they try to carry it higher now. Pretty decent amount of puts at 42.30. Those don't seem to have capitulated. They might just be short, though. Like short puts. There's so fucking many of them. About one GT call hedges. Am I learning? It's probably not a bad idea, yeah. They do not like the additional charm risk. It's really dangerous. Trying to figure out if GME's gonna run in a couple days. Specifically three days. Hmm. What's your conclusion? I'm not sure. Um, I don't know. I don't need to think about it. It doesn't matter today. No, it has nothing to do. Oversold doesn't fucking matter. Um, Given that yesterday's puts taking profit in the MM, do you think the pumpers can pump us back up to open without any of that? I'm trying to gauge their strength decline. I mean, it doesn't change much in this range. A little weaker below 42.50, but as long as we stay above 42.26, then they should be okay. The problem is if we keep pulling into 42.26, that's a big issue. Don't forget about holiday deferrals. So, I don't think Columbus Day offsets any settlement. I'm just trying to, like, October of last year was weird. I don't know why I'm looking at October of last year, but I think that was the last time that we had this, like, the same reg show, like XRT reg show situation. We actually started running on the 25th. That was OPEX. Hmm. I thought we ran hard the third day after it was pulled off. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, think about it. I might get some exposure. Let me check FINRA real quick. Margin extension schedule. Yeah, there's no margin extension for Columbus Day. It affects settlement on that day, but it doesn't affect like there's no holiday extensions. So it doesn't affect FTDs. Instead of one DT, would three DT be better for a call hedge on SPY? Thinking of at the money here. Could be. Do you need to be at the money? You're just exposing yourself. I feel like if you're going at the money, you're just exposing yourself to a lot of delta maybe you don't need for just a hedge. But if you're already up on your puts, then it's not bad. Because then you're hedging the delta on your puts. Well, the additional delta on your puts. Too much good news. Yeah, Rad's an XRT too. Rad's also on Reg Show. All right, here's a bounce back to 40 at least, right? Eh, kind of feel like they will. My daughter called me a nerd because of the size of the book that showed up at my home yesterday. Was it options as a strategic investment? When Rad DD? um, hmm. I could do it right now. Oh, fuck off. Oh, hold on. I gotta set stops on my calls. All right. Thanks, Wabif. Did I miss anything? Not really. We broke down through 4250, which was neat, and that brought us all the way to the test at 25, like I said this morning. So that was free money if anybody bought a put there. Um I picked up some calls here for a bounce in case we just go back to 4250, but I just set some stops on them. Trail stop? Yeah, I can fuck around with something else. All right. So Rad's short interest is about 25% of the float right now. Failures seem to be declining. They shouldn't be in any ETFs anymore, right? Didn't they filed for bankruptcy, didn't they? So they shouldn't be in any ETFs anymore. Hmm. They have earnings tomorrow. Liquidity's low, but it's not that bad. Some sellers. Um, that doesn't look very good. Nah, I don't like it that much. Call's so expensive. Which ones did you buy? 42.30? They're not that expensive. We have possibly the most influential data of the week tomorrow, correct? Yes. Failed breakout? It's looking like it. That's an M relative to XRT reg show. Uh, yeah, Macy's could benefit, maybe. I can't remember if Macy's is in XRT. I don't think it's one of its bigger ETFs. No, it's in the R1K. It is an XRT, but only like 430,000 shares. Mm. Ooh. Well, that doesn't look very good for today. Pass the dividend. Hmm. No, I probably wouldn't YOLO on Rad. It's pretty risky. Although it appears that no one's listening to that. 50 million share free float. Hmm. We do a poll to see how many here have seen the Dumb Money movie. No. Once Jimmy figures out the e-commerce side of things, valuations should increase dramatically. There's a ton of room for improvement. They've specifically stated they have no intention of pursuing the e-commerce side of things for the time being, or potentially the next few years. I'm sensing a new channel in the Discord, Radical Regrets, filled with opium once Rad becomes RadRQ. Yeah. Hmm. God, I'm a fucking degenerate. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Hey, brother, I just hopped back on to check in. How's OI looking? Kind of stable in this range. Projected movement? None. We're below a big put wall right now at 30-35, and they're going to defend charm, like the charm breakdown to the downside. Did Ryan Kitty have to release his rights or get paid for the movie? I mean, he probably had to release his rights. Although I'm not sure. People saying things to try to rationalize GME's bullish fundamentals play. It's kind of sad, man. I'm not gonna lie. I know. Do you like cat at this level? No. What's all this rad talk? I don't know. I mean, I'll let the zillionaires know, Rims and Tims, since you've decided to abandon me. I knew you were still holding a fucking grudge. For shame. He has to pay $100 for a haircut. Give him a break. MBB March 2024 ADPs to the win. AA rated MBS ETF with some exposure to FICO scores below 660 and mortgages from the GFC. Yeah, I heard everybody on Twitter. You really shouldn't get your financial information from Twitter. Fitch downgraded MBSs back in August. You can short it if you want to, but there's probably better ways to short the MBS market. Also, March 24 might not be long enough. That breakdown could be really slow. He loved her, Mr. Madman. Didn't you see Reddit is going to start paying creators for karma and gold? Oh, maybe I'll start writing DD again. Saw Dumb Money last night. I thought Kathy Bates, with the degrading software and subtle green complexion, didn't look like you at all. Also, barely any mention of the Dans, Hollywood, Psy. Yeah, I know, Frank. Salesforce is having to hire back people it laid off. My neighbor just got rehired at 25% more than his pre-layoff wage. Bullish? No. But it sure. Finding a job is so easy. It's literally free if you have any trade experience. Like what kind of trade? If I'd become a more proficient trader before I'd got married, fill in the rest. Fair enough, Mr. Madman. Yeah, it does sound like more wage inflation. Salesforce just jumping the gun on laying people off. If you want a job, just have experience. Yeah. Do you buy calls for a bounce or for a flat SPX finish to the day? I bought calls for a bounce. Just say you have experience. Look at me. You're a urologist. You have like 8 years of medical school and on the job training. Sir, please explain this gap in your resume. Oh, I was just busy shilling bankrupted companies on YouTube for the last 3 years. I like bankruptcies. They present risk sometimes for short sellers. So you're saying that the short-term profits from layoffs are a bad long-term strategy in a tight labor market? No. That's crazy. I wonder if I'm ever going to actually make any money on these fucking calls. I almost got stopped out. Girk, your wishes for more workers to strike, raise Sunday stream, and learn their worth didn't go unanswered. What would you like next? Tax the rich. We range bound until power hour, then face rip in the opposite direction of the pickle jar consensus. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of face rips today, but I could see us moving back to neutral, like kind of that neutral range at 4250 by the end of the day into tomorrow's data. Was that a bullish gap down when they get filled instantly? I mean, someone just bought the drop, right? Really hard. You're the rich. I could pay more in taxes. They just have to make me. Like I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it if they don't make me. But I could pay more, right? I'm not gonna pay your taxes. I mean, like it wouldn't hurt me to pay more taxes at all, right? It just wouldn't make a difference. And I can guarantee people with way more money than me, really don't have a problem with it. That's how I feel about washing the dishes. The only people have a problem with rich people paying taxes is poor people who think, man, when I'm rich one day, I really don't want to pay taxes. You're never gonna be rich. Give up on the fucking dream. You're in the I don't want to pay more taxes, but I'm not gonna spend millions to avoid paying taxes. I mean, it doesn't cost millions to avoid paying taxes. That's probably one of the biggest issues. It's pretty cheap to reduce your tax liability. I think that would just end up hurting the lower class the most, Draxx. People are sounding like GME Meltdown, and it's annoying. Buying at 24 was a mistake, and I own that. But GME isn't the worst company out there. It is when you bought it at 24. Bipolar bear. You're just ultra sensitive to it right now because you fucking bought too high. All right, see you later, Smooth. My only problem with taxes is that they spend it on useless, overpriced shit. I wish you could assign a percentage of your taxes to go to a certain categories. What would you choose, Bob? They pay more tax as a relative percentage than Buffett. It's true. But they also rely heavily on like credits and deductions in order to reduce their tax liability to next to nothing. Like I'm talking about the poor, not the like lower middle class or middle class. And the poor are like the majority. But they can't afford the 20% hit to their income. And no deductions, so no child tax credits, no dependents. That would fuck over poor people hard. This is an account that will do anything for all of my clients to pay no taxes. Everyone go get a quote from Tesla for a charger to be installed in your home. Boom, 3K credit. What? Never mind. Should I put it in my kitchen or I just bought back my Fubo 250cc's up 93%. Thanks to the lesson pickle god. I love this place. Nice, man. Congratulations. All right, I'm tightening up the stop on these shitty calls. I'm not dealing with them going back to zero again. Maybe we actually get a breakout here. 35 is a fucking... It's been kind of an insane resistance today. The fuck is up with that? I think we could get a little recovery. I mean, my expectation is still kind of that we would close the day somewhere around like 42.50, 42.40. I don't think they want to go into tomorrow's data trading right at like their charm risk, right? Serious question, why would consumer... We have sales tax. Taxation is theft. Now, excuse me while I make use of all the benefits and first world privilege I receive for my taxes. Yep. Taxes for you, not for me, Fluffy. I tell you about getting rid of all taxes and flat goods and service tax. 35% on whatever you spend money on. Okay, you could. Eh. Is there a successful model of that exists? I don't think so. I can't afford 35% on my meth. Bad idea to buy my 1013 calls here for tonight's straddle because I kind of already did. Probably not. I mean, if you can buy the calls for your straddle at like a low of the day, that's always nice. Everyone would buy everything in cash. That's true. Craigslist would get a whole lot more popular. I just start opening up garages and turning them into like makeshift grocery stores. I know a guy who sells freezers, so that's called a bodega. Calls on Meta, Facebook Marketplace would boom. I don't think they make any money off Facebook Marketplace. Are we gonna test 4250 here? 40, and we kind of did. I don't know if we'll go up to 50. 50 doesn't look that hot. There's the call wall at 40, and that's kind of neato. Above 40, not a lot of call interest. Not a lot of interest at all above 40. Oh, and I'm fucking stopped out. Cool. Well, at least I made some money off of those. If this bounces off of 26 again, I'm selling like bull put spreads. So bulls have non-stop pump with low T. Is that why this is such a struggle for them? It's a struggle because the market maker's selling the flat tape. This is like a bitch, right? Like if you were a bull right now and you wanted to pump the market, this is the worst possible situation you could find yourself. And if we fall below 42.26, it gets even worse. Hence the resistance at that level. All right, I'm done with my support call. Hey, Dork, I told you the employment data would be bearish. Give me kudos. I am your stock father. Can we rewrite the Outcast song, but for the stock market? Stock daddy. The Bulls really do suck. I wish I was one of the really ballsy bears yesterday that just sold overnight 65 C's and didn't give a fuck. Can you explain flat tape? Well, it doesn't come up very often because the market maker is very rarely in this situation. But basically, if we're trading flat, right? No positive or negative price action at all. The market maker is selling. If you overhold your puts, you are not pimping. I feel like I don't have enough exposure to anything now. I'm out of my calls and I'm out of my puts. I have like some longer dated stuff. Can you go over what will happen tomorrow with the data release? Like how far up on good news, how far down on bad? Realistic view on what will actually happen. So bulls want to see softening, but not like catastrophic declines in non-farm payrolls, right? Um, so a mild reduction in non-farm payrolls from the prior month, right around the forecasted range. I think it was like 150K. Would probably be the sweet spot for bulls. If they get that, I mean, maybe we get up to like 4280. I really don't think it's gonna drive. Maybe 4300, depending where we close today. Like if we close today above 4250, maybe 4300 for tomorrow. But like it's not gonna last long, right? The bulls are really aggressively trying to leverage this like labor data window, and we saw them do that with the ADP data yesterday, which generally is not a very important data point because it gets revised like three more fucking times before you get a final number. And by the time it's fully been revised, it's probably going to be up or very close to the prior month. And the like 50% loss in new employees is not likely to persist, right? So like the ADP data was a strange thing to bounce on, but just an excuse, I think, for like broader risk conditions and a narrative to push so you can get people to maybe buy. Like obviously, the only strong point in our economy failing is not bullish, right? Like the strong labor market was the core thesis of the bull case for the entirety of this year, and now they're rooting for it to fail. And so like if we get like catastrophically bad unemployment and non-farm payroll data tomorrow, like say unemployment's up, you know, point 0.4 or point 0.6 and non-farms are way the fuck down. That's just really bad, right? Like they're it doesn't matter if the Fed doesn't raise rates again. That's just bad for the economy. That's like a massive reduction in GDP over the next year. So I mean, yeah, you don't and productivity. So you don't really want they don't really want the data to be too bad. They just need to be soft enough that they can convince people to buy and they can de-risk a little because they know that the September like CPI and PPI are going to be fucked. And once like September CPI and PPI come out, there's really not going to be any case for the Fed not doing anything into the end of the year, right? So they're just kind of trying to like leverage this window to risk off as much as they can. Are they only selling the flat tape in a negative delta gamma? Is it buying when we're positive? No, so it's an effective charm. Like the charm on the chain is net negative, right? At this point. And it gets even more negative if we fall below 4226. So basically, with the passage of time, they're selling their delta hedge. Part of this is like the over concentration of short dated positioning, um, which decays faster because it's theta, the rate of theta decay is higher, um, and it's also an effect of the price we're at. So basically, tomorrow we're ending the day around 4,300 or 4,200, with likely nothing in between. I mean, if the data's bad enough, 4,200 could be lost. Although I'd think they'd try to hold it into the weekend. But yeah, I think tomorrow will drive some price action one way or the other. Clip the jobs explanation. I don't know when I started it. I'll just clip like the last 10 minutes. So basically, tomorrow we're ending the day around 4,300 or 4,200. Oh, okay. I know it's a falling market, and GME has been on a downtrend. Where do you think the theoretical floor is? Especially with the idea that there has been more selling. I don't think there's a floor. Maybe, I mean, like, if you really want to get into like how far GME could drop, I mean, in a crash, it could go below book value. Metro Bank in the UK is failing. Oh shit. They're not huge. Less than 100 million pounds. Having a hard time finding assets under management. Does the UK not report that? Deposits 16. Let's advance assets 221. So they're sitting on about 221 billion in assets, 16 billion deposits, another 13 billion in loans and advances as of the end of last year. What's their expected credit loss? And they're not a huge bank, but they got a decent amount of assets. That could affect gilts pretty strongly. Looks like they fucking over leveraged in 2021. Is this grind up gonna fail anytime this decade? I don't know. Like I said, there's not a lot of call interest above 42.40. So something will have to change or come in. There's a little bit of call buying going on. Could they pump with futures like yesterday? Yeah, if we start to see bonds decline back to negative, and the 20 and 30 are pretty close, or dollar valuation drop really hard, both of those could have an effect. A U.S. jet fighter shot down a Turkish drone on Thursday after it was deemed a threat to U.S. forces in southeast Syria. A person familiar with the episode said, "Interesting. Aren't they a NATO member?" I haven't played Call of Duty since Modern Warfare came out. Why is a U.S. jet in Syria? We do what we want. I made $60. Ballin'. Nice, Dork. That's a 7.5% gain on the port. Jeez, don't say it that way. I'm getting a nice Vic short going here. They're really trying. This is the Bulls. Sure, board. Let's put our tinfoil hats on and speculate why someone thinks there will be a treasury run. Well, if the forward return like on volatility exceeds the forward return on bonds, then people are going to be encouraged to go long, like long vol, long bonds, right? So that in and of itself is scary for institutions, especially if they're short treasuries. Because they're dumping their short delta, fear and loathing, as the risk in the hedge declines. And then as they sell that off, the market maker on the other side or on futures is going to start buying the underlying as their exposure reduces. What institutions would short our beautiful American Treasury bills and bonds? All the banks that we gave money to. Don't worry, we're paying for it. Ingrats. Bank of America. Fitting. This looks like more de-risking. Maybe a little bit. Could just be calls taking profit at 42.40 though. It wasn't really substantial enough to say. Hmm. Oh, the 20 and 30 are going back up again. Dixie's actually kind of having a rough go of it today. Expect much movement before data tomorrow. I know it doesn't really matter. I think there's a good reason to for participants to try to get the market back to like 42.50. This is more advantageous for bullish positioning without, without requiring an extreme push. I mean, the bulls would prefer that we close the day above 42.75, but that would probably require more effort than they're capable of right now. So I would still say that both sides would be pretty satisfied somewhere between like 35 and 50. And then just eventually towards the end of the day, they're all just going to start piling into shit at the money, right? No, Dixie's not wrecked. It's down like 27 basis points. It's still up on the week. Yeah, SPX. There's a call wall at 42.40. November or maybe December. Do you think bulls keep the pace of this descent like this until they've de-risked massively by November, December? I'm not sure that credit conditions can last that long. No, there's put walls at 30 and 35, call wall at 40. There's another put wall at 45 and 50. Dixie chart looks like currency intervention, selling on every breakout. Yeah, USD JPY is staying pretty stable around the 148.50 range. It creeped up to like 149 in the overnight session. Jimmy's not gonna MOASS if the market crashes. It is. Sure, man. Is this price range good for SLD? No. I mean, I don't know. Well, so Mag 7 hasn't really changed in price very much, right? So they're like their core funds aren't going to need a lot of bolstering, but they may need some. So we may see like I think if all the data comes in as expected and there aren't any severe changes, we'd probably see like a small pump before the SLD period. Maybe like, well, it depends on where we're trading, but if we're still here, like 4,300, 4,350, really get the Mag 7 nice and bloated before the depository period. Remember that theory that SS had that a market crash equals MOASS? Yeah. Implying that shorts are literally only short GME and long absolutely every other security. Implying that shorts lose money in a market crash, you mean? Do you feel pretty confident that the response to the data print tomorrow will be bearish? I mean, I think labor's starting to soften, but I don't think unemployment is as volatile through this last month. I mean, based if you look at like the unemployment figures and then like continuing unemployment, it looks like it's moderated a little bit. So I would expect, although they're based on different data sets, I would expect that the survey is not going to be up dramatically. Um, Non-farms, I really don't expect to change that much. I don't think it's going to be like a big shift month over month. Bro, you don't get it. The longs are the shorts. The bull's starting to go broke. Liquidity is a big issue. They've also, like, every time they push up, they've got to fight back against the too, which is tough. Shorts are using mega cap equities as collateral to maintain their short margin, and a crash could cause a margin issue. Yeah, but they're leveraged short, right? So, like, their core fund is built with like treasuries, and then the margin from those treasuries is used to buy up like mega caps, right? Like Spy, like a lot of their core holdings are gonna be like Spy, Vu, um, like Microsoft, Apple, the rest of the Mag 7, right? And then like some industrials, like probably like a 30% allocation in like large cap manufacturing and industrials, right? Like Cat, 3M, J&J. There'll be like 20% allocation to the medical sector. But like that'll be like their core fund, right? But then they're leveraged short. right? So they're like 100x leverage to the downside. So even if these were to drop, 30%, they're up 300% in cash because they're buying options, right? So it's stupid. It's a stupid fucking theory. It's always been a stupid theory. The idea that people who are actively short market wide are going to go broke in a market crash is fucking dumb. 60/40 funds, like long short funds, have a problem with a market crash, right? Especially if they're dedicated, because there's just 60% long, 40% short. But they're not leveraged short. They're just it's just the underlying, right? And so they could have an issue in a market crash. Money markets can have issues with a market crash, but like, yeah, I mean, net short hedge funds are not going to go out of business during a market crash. They wait literally years for that event to happen. Do you think we could get another move down before my November 17 puts at 30 DTE mark? I mean, if what we've seen so far is the extent of our our bullish or our oversold rally, that's pretty fucking pathetic, right? Are you going back to 42.65? Not unless more calls come in. Right now it still looks like 42.50. Calls are coming in. I should preface with that. There are some calls coming in, and there are more puts being sold, but that doesn't mean we're necessarily going to go a lot higher than 40.50. Maybe like mid 40.50s. Let me see something. So that'd be like 42.90. 42.90 into the end of the day. Where's the fucking end of the day? There we go. It's like 42.93 on futures, or like roughly, yeah. So like 42.60 to 42.55. Like I could see us ending the day on the trend, right? You don't understand the implications of the float being DRS, Gherkin? Yeah, I do. In the event of a market crash, no one will be able to sell. I mean, you could try to induce vomiting, Dave. I don't care about your positions, Smooth. Here, let me help you out. Quick, make the top line solid. It already is. It still looks boring. 42.51, 41. Just gonna get hung up here at 40. Bro, it's up to Jason Waterfalls. QQQ needs to go lower. Also, Google's up 6% last week. SPX down. Feels normal. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. I'm not in anything, really. Up 90, ballin'. I don't even know who that is, Heath. Why is King Griffin selling me 4300s for 0.05? Is he regarded? No. Hey, Greg, still in Airbnb. Is this one of the times where you add to a winning position? Um, well, let me see how it's doing. Give me a second. The fuck? So it bounced off resistance. You would probably wait for this to start turning around a little bit, right? like confirm a rejection before adding if you were going to add. But yeah, I mean, you've got the right idea, but you want to confirm that it's rejecting, right? And that this isn't a bounce. Otherwise, you want to, close and take profits. If like the bounce gets a continuation, you don't want to stay in it. I would say the cutoff there is probably pretty close. I mean, actually, I should probably set some stops too, but well, I have a little bit of time. Depending on your theta. If you have a decent amount of theta, you can wait out, even a break back to even. You just don't want to take on additional risk, right? But if you don't have a lot of theta, you want to keep your risk pretty tight there. What ETF is Airbnb in? SPY? I don't see the volume shelf on your charts too often. I look at it once in a while. I don't think it's that important. At least most of the things I look at, I don't find it very important. It's just a different way of displaying volume over the candlestick, right? And you can just look at the candle and the volume and get a relative idea of the amount of volume in a price range without the indicator. My favorite type of comment is when a member says something like, Gherk, I 3x my port on this $10 move, and it's all thanks to your teachings. As if you would do something so fucking degen. I mean, I would, but I would never recommend that anybody does. How likely do you think it is to the institution that's been pumping to actually get blown up and need a bailout? Pipe dream or decent chance? I mean, assume it's a pipe dream. I regularly give friends and family unsolicited financial advice. I'm also an AMC bag holder. Are we in a big head and shoulders on the SAX about to form the right shoulder? Okay. Descending. Not, yeah. It's gonna be a little more obvious on the 15. Or a little clearer on the 15, but it's there. Especially with the volume and price action of the peak. That could be very indicative. short at the money? Or is that stupid? Kind of want to go short here. Yep, I'm gonna do it. When do I get a day trade back on this account? What am I sitting on? So shitty Tesla spreads that are underwater. I have an October 6th spread that's almost underwater. Maybe I should close this if we drop again. That one's kind of garbage. This one's doing okay. Can I roll this? How the fuck do you roll these? Why doesn't it give you a roll option on spreads? Ugh, I don't want to do the legwork. I can't open another trade. That's why it won't give it to me. I can't sell and buy. I don't have any trades. Girk's keyboard's very shklinictity. Clicky? Yeah, it is. They're, what are they, blues? Cherry MX blues. $42.40 giving up? I mean, just maybe not enough to hold. It doesn't look like the calls are selling off. No. There might just not be enough call interest to hold the level, right? There's also a shitload of puts at 35 and 30. So those are kind of dragging on the ups. Like nothing capitulated really on the bounce here. So like our whole upside move here, there was very little put capitulation. Like across this range. There was some, but not a lot. So like 35 and 30 are still stacked with puts at significantly greater numbers than the calls at 45, right? So yeah, I mean there's a chance that we fall back into them. Descending head and shoulders occurring. Your favorite formation? It's not my favorite. It's just like a downtrend that failed to break out, right? I mean, that's kind of all it really is. It's because I'm out of day trades. So the other day when I had that like 42.50 that went deep in the money, I closed it and that ate up the rest of my trades for the week. What's your plan with GME? I don't know. Continue to sell covered calls on it until something happens. And then if it bounces sufficiently before the end of this year, I'm just gonna sell super deep in the money covered calls on it for next year, and then we'll see what happens. I'm thinking, I'm thinking like $8 for 2024. And then it's almost like I've sold it all. The spreads, so I can close these positions, but I can't open new ones. I violated the like PDT thing like 2 days into the account, right? So after that, they put a PCO restriction on you, um, for opening anything when you have no you can't open a new trade when you have no available day trades, which is fucking retarded. But here we are. No, the whole point of the account is getting it to 25,000. If I just deposit 15 grand, then I've removed the challenge. I'm not selling GME. I'm just selling very deep in the money covered calls with the expectation that Cohen sucks. But it's preventing you from getting there faster, hence the challenge. You can turn the PDT protection off. I did it today. How? DM me, because I can't figure out how to fucking turn that stupid shit off. No, I'm not selling deep in the money CCs when GME's trading at $14. That's ridiculous. Turning it off is the same as adding 15K. No, it's not, because I can open a trade if I don't close it today, right? It just stops it, like it turns it's like a stupid protection mechanism that they put in place that turns the account into like PCO only. But the puts the other day were like 30% of the account value, so I wasn't gonna wait until the end of the day to close them. I think I get another day trade tomorrow, and I can fuck around with shit again. We're gonna opt out of the PDT rules. I think for small accounts, it's arguably better. Unless you're gonna sell theta, I really don't think there's an advantage to having a small account that isn't cash. Middle icon on the phone, click detail. Scroll to the bottom, click day trades arrow. Toggle switch to off. Ooh. Then I can hedge the upside today. That'd be cool. No, you can't turn it off. It doesn't let you toggle the fucking switch. I'm close. We're like 40% of the way there, Navy Nuke. Around mid-September, I blew the account up down to like $760. And so I'm like just back at 10K now. From what? Like 10K? Is BlackBerry a good stock to wheel if you're poor? I don't know. How are the yields? Any of you failed the weekly predictions already? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, PDT was a FINRA enforced restriction. It is, but WeBull has like an extra layer on PDT violations where once you violate PDT, then when you get down to 0 day trades, they don't let you keep trading. So they won't let you violate PDT twice because they suck. So basically, once you once you violate PDT and you get down to 0 day trades, they remove your ability to open new positions. I can't open any positions. I can close the positions I have, but I can't open new positions. They also don't let you trade with your cash balance, which is disgusting. Although a lot of brokers don't let you do that. Fidelity apparently does, which is the only thing I like about them. Hey, Bob. Are there any holidays coming up that will close the markets? Columbus Day is on Monday, although it doesn't close the markets. IBKR does that too, at least on PT accounts. Yeah. No PDT on futures. It's true. Yeah. It's not Columbus Day anymore. But the market, like, the NYSE still calls it Columbus Day. But yes, I'm aware. I've been stuck on the phone at work for a while. Are we thinking more ups later today, or we're gonna close around here? Uh, I mean, we got a ways to go. I don't know what's gonna happen into the end of the day here. It depends on positioning. I mean, more calls could come in again. But right now, I think this is gonna break down a little bit. Maybe we retest like 42.26. At least 42.30. I don't know if we'll actually hit 26, but I could see us retesting 42.30. We got a little bit of downside momentum picking up off the ES rejection at like the 42.75 level. Like volume's not crazy, but I could see us like retesting 42.63 or 42.62.50 and then moving back up. I don't think we're gonna pick up like a lot of momentum on this drop. Ah, my fucking right eye hurts. Ow. NTSE calls it Columbus Day, but observes Juneteenth. Make sense deferrals? What? There's no deferrals for Columbus Day. Turn off the ring light. There's like 3 of them. I can't. I'll disappear. Shouldn't have done that freaky eye shit with your gentle lady color. There are for Juneteenth. Well, yeah, because the market's closed. Nobody licked my eyeball. I think I just like had it pressed against my pillow weird and it was probably like open all night or something. MOASS is here. I miss your hype days. You've matured so much. I just got burned out on all the hype. Especially when there stopped being things to be hyped about, and then people kept trying to be hype, and that made me sad. I'm trying to be hyped. Yeah, I know, it's gross. I unsubbed from SS a few days ago. Congratulations. How's your cat, Girk? Is his winter floof coming in? And my apartment's always at 65 degrees, so his winter floof may already be there. He's he's like a Thai breed of cat, or like Southeast Asian breed. So I don't know how much winter floof he accumulates. Ban anyone who's not completely dead inside. I like it. If you read The Secret, you would understand. You're trying to manifest higher prices on GME. You fucking suck, bipolar bear. I'll get hype again the next time we have a bull market that isn't a lie. My flare and our deep fucking value was changed to sus by the mods. That's at least 12 months out, though. 3 to 5 years. I'm like an Eminem, hyped on the outside, hopeless on the inside. They have medication for that to stabilize your personalities. I think your food's here. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Remember that time we stayed up till 4 a.m. playing Tekken and drinking peppermint schnapps? No. Did you see the new GME documentary, the one that mentions you? It was pretty interesting. I didn't. I don't have like 2 free hours to watch it. I've seen some of that guy's other stuff though. I forget what it's called. The best part of the doc is how straight-faced he is, describing ridiculous stuff. But he couldn't not laugh when he got to the Teddy books. God, I really hate Ryan Cohen, man. I tried for a really long time to like him. I did. I never felt like the hero worship that everyone else did, but I did try to like him. Or give him the benefit of the doubt, at least. I never should have. Please don't say that. He may be listening now. Oh, if he's listening now, spend our fucking money that you stole from us. You privileged fuck. You think he heard that? I hope so. You're saying you're getting out of GME on the next pump? It depends. If it's a good pump and it goes up a bunch, then I'm just gonna like sell a bunch of in the money cover calls. If it's a shitty pump and we only go up to like $21 or $22, I'm just gonna sell everything. There's better places for me to put my money. It's time I stop hanging on to dreams. $22 is a good pump. I mean, that's Gamma Max. If you sell your position, does it mean we go down? Can you warn us so we can buy puts? It's not that big. The numbers for GME are so low ball. How about 49? Take it back. No. That's enough. It's the worst performing stock in my entire portfolio. I'm done with it. Sorry, I took a break from the stock market for like 5 months. I'm just trying to catch up on everything. I hope things have been going well since. Yeah. Oh, Squamsk. Thanks for ensuring it'll never go above $20 again. It might. I just don't think it's going to happen anytime. Well, above 20, but above like 25 or 30, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. I was really hoping that we would rip again. My post-split cost basis is still around 103. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I've been slowly averaging down. Well, that's good, I suppose. Oh, I'm stopped out of my pets. Now I got nothing going on again. Lame. Nice, Dork. Dreams are for rookies. Yep. Can you explain what happened to SCX when it moved from 410 to 450, 4100 to 4500? The spring, summer, we were so bearish back then. Banks got a bunch of free money and decided to prop up their depositor outflows by pumping their equity holdings. Now that's failing. It should have been failing all along. But now it can fail even harder because they pumped the fuck out of everything for no reason. I got out of GME the day your shirt came off and only played options after that. Do you place bets on how big the bailout will be this time around? 5 trillion? Have you started legging into the call side of the overnight straddle? No, because I don't know where we're going to land at the end of the day. If they pump this, we could close much higher, like 42.60. Maybe I'll buy some like 42.60 calls in a minute. I don't want them to be too far out of the money. Or have to roll them down at the end of the day. Where and when do you see a true bottom on SPY? I think a very reasonable bottom for like SPY is between like 32 and 3600. If anything, that's probably a little bullish, but it's conservative. I could see us getting there if nothing breaks. I could see us ending up there by like beginning of second half 2024. If something breaks, we could get there a lot faster. How is me selling GME like RC or DF? I said I would sell in the money covered calls. Popeye's gonna sell GME if you don't give forward guidance. When TLT pickles pick? I don't know. Probably never. That's pretty simple. I mean, you short it until you think yields are done going up, and then you go long. Or you just do both at the same time. You have long puts on SPX right now? Yeah. I don't have anything in that range. Well, I do, but they're like Vega plays. They're not like I have no intention of seeing them go in the money. They're just like for VIX going up. I don't have anything out to Q2 2024 though. The furthest dated position I have on SPX right now is Jan. If it makes you feel any better, I don't care what you do with your investments. Thanks, Carl. Is top the next GME? I don't think so. So if someone thinks there's going to be a run on treasuries, rates should still be going up. Then what happens? No, they would rates wouldn't be going up if someone thought there was going to if more than one person thought there was going to be a run on treasuries, they would start pulling back their short positions, which would drive treasuries down. Like yields, well, drive yields down. If there's a run on treasuries, then yields will tank. Bond prices will rocket. And everyone will sell their equities to buy bonds. If you had to guess a range on price action for tomorrow, what would it be? 4,300 to 4,200? I have no idea how much bearish positioning would come in with a strong labor data print tomorrow. Some, maybe not enough to get us below 4,200, but they could try. How many people do you think don't understand the entire system is predicated on treasury yields? A lot of them. Most, maybe. Most people don't understand how bonds work. Even though it's like the first 6 chapters of the book I recommend that everyone read. What's a book? If I had to guess the range of flavor profiles of your Friday night dinner, what would it be? I don't remember what I ate for Friday. I'm supposed to wait until I make 6 figures a year before I buy the books, right? No? Does it come in audiobook? Oh, probably. I think like securities analysis and intelligent investor are probably both in audiobook format. What's up? Who's coughing now? Why is everybody coming back today? What's going on? Are you finally unshadow banned? It's crash day, silly, but nothing's crashing. Can you walk through a vertical put spread? Because I'm regarded. Credit or debit? No, I'll do both. Spreads are pretty simple. Well, verticals, right? You're either buying or selling them. So you're either selling the spread and you're taking a credit, or you're buying the spread at a debit. They're fixed risk based on the distance between the two strikes. Credit? No, this explains both of them. So if you sell, if you sell a 40, let's say you sell a 42.50, buy a 42.55, your spread is $5. You'll your total net credit will be, whatever the difference in current cost between the 250 and 255 strike, right? So you're selling this one and then you're buying this one, and then your total credit for the position is the difference, right? And then your risk is, so say that's like $2, right? It's not, but let's say it is. Then your total risk for the position is $3. So if you, as long as the market closes under 250, right? See. As long as the market closes under 250, you will receive the entirety of your credit. If the market moves up and closes above 42.55, you will lose the entirety of your risk. I can't hear you, Rims and Tims. You're very gray. That's first 6 chapters of options is a strategic investment is on bonds. No, I recommend other books besides options as a strategic investment. On a less than 25K account, you can ring gang into spreads where you cannot lose, but only if your first trade is very correct. Yeah, that's fine when like realized volatility is low, but when it's high, it's a bitch. But yeah, you can. Do you think KO is good value right now? It's kind of cheap right now, isn't it? Jesus, it's getting murdered. Um, no. Ah, it's because of their debt. Big fat piles of debt. Yeah, debt doesn't look so hot on stocks right now because when you refinance that debt at a higher interest rate, that reduces your future potential profits. I probably wouldn't go. Leaps on UNG? It could be worthwhile, I guess. I'm probably gonna do something more with like boil and cold. But yeah, you could just go long UNG, I suppose. Would Bulls or the MM want to return to open by end of day? Both. Both would probably like to be closer to 4250. But I mean, the MM's going to just make the market where there's demand, right? And if there's demand to the downside, that's where they're going to make the market. The MM's probably very happy with any price between 4240 and 4250, though. I think most of them have already issued debt. I know Apple, Meta, and Nvidia have issued debt at slightly lower than the current rates. Tesla's issued a bunch of debt at very low rates, but I don't think they've issued any debt recently. Which would you set a stop on your calls or sell the spread 10 points higher, and if it closes there, you make 1K? Um, you mean like adding a debit spread onto your call spread to hedge? You could do that. No, have the call. Restate the whole thing. Oh, you're selling the higher call? Just to like lock in your profits? You could do that. If SPX hits 4350, would you enter more positions? I'm assuming that would be a good entry point. If it did, yeah. Although I don't know if that's gonna happen. That's quite far out of the money. Maybe before SLD, but tomorrow's data could put us into a lower range. And if that's the case, then 4350 might be off the table for some time. Like, I think if we lose another like 200 basis points into next week, it's pretty unlikely that we see above 4300 anytime soon. How many years did you paper trade for? It was about 3. Tom Lee promised 5,000 end of year. He's been promising that since 2021. Tom Lee was like building his fund at like the peak of the bull market. And now every year he just promises his investors the moon so they don't bail on him. He's like, no, guys, we're totally gonna get back to where I bought all this shit. That was your paper trading P&L. I mean, I don't remember. It was like hundreds of different paper trade accounts. Some did better than others. Depended on the largely depended on the strategy, obviously. I didn't just like have like one account for paper trading that I traded everything on. I'd build out a strategy and then I would test it. And I would test it on accounts of various size to figure out capital allocation and risk. And then if it was successful, I'd write it down and then I'd move on to a different one. Volume coming in on SPY. Looks like it. Might move back up to 50 here. A little bit of call buying. I don't want to play the upside on this, though. I might sell the top, but I don't want to play the upside. How many different income strategies are you employing right now? Just the number, not what they are. Are we counting dividends and like treasury yields or no? I mean, like options, like options income strategies. But none of them are passive. Passive would be like just shit I own, right? That would be like dividends and like cover calls are not a passive strategy. Spreads are not a passive strategy. Condors and butterflies aren't passive strategies. Where's the top? 60 or like 55 or 60, I think. If we get that high. We're definitely getting a fat pump here, so it's possible that we get up there. Oh, this is probably going to fail 50 then, huh? You go a little higher though, right? 42.85 on futures. Is that's not even like a resistance, right? No. At least gets a 42.90. If this breaks 50, is the sky the limit? No. No, just active shit. I don't know, like 6 or 7 different things. Most of them aren't stuff I manage like every day, but if we have like a 2 or 3 sigma event, then I have to manage a lot of shit all at once. Bull's so strong. They were probably saying the exact same thing about the Bears this morning. Nice funky dunky. Card spending surged to close out September. B of A confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt. It's B of A. Is it going to fail spectacularly? No, probably just back to like 42.40. VWAP Vamps chance on winning the World Series? Wait, what? Are we starting a softball team? 42.45. Yeah, all right, fair. If they don't get 42.75 at close, doesn't a drop past 4,200 seem likely unless the data tomorrow is very good? Not necessarily. I mean, we'd still need to lose like 50, 60 bucks, and they're going to defend 4,200. They've accumulated a shitload of risk there. I don't think they're going to let it go easily. What fucking MLB? Dude, DFE made like $50 million. What MLB team costs $50 million? Pickles Picks is mostly SPX related and put related. Any calls on anything? Not right now. I'm not particularly bullish on anything currently. I have calls on SQQQ. Well, I don't think I have a particular preference, Barry. I just got invited to an invite-only event sponsored by B of A. Navigating dynamic markets. Is this bullish? I, I, I don't know. What do you make of the OI and volume on Gen 12750 calls for GME? I mean, they're sold and they're probably dead. They're just like hedging of vol risk throughout like the middle of last year into this year. I don't have any physical exposure to gold, but I have some long gold positions. Yeah, guess. People just sell them when IV's high. Because they'll never, like, they sell them naked when IV's high, because, well, they have to hedge off their vol risk, but also because they'll never, ever, ever get assigned on them. No, I don't, Wessels. Could this be a point of reversal? I don't know, the market reversed. GME bounced a little. So, that was nice. I don't know why November of 2013 matters. Feb of 2021 might. And that resistance is at like 1375. When do you lose physical exposure to your shirt? Never again, Grim 2. Why is everyone either market is recovered or market's gonna die this week? Because all the bulls are super bearish and all the bears are super bullish. They don't know who to inverse. So they like buy calls and say bearish shit, or they buy puts and say bullish shit. You're breaking my heart. I'm sorry, Grim 2. Okay, this time I'm serious. Dow pump is real. Good for the Dow. It needed a leg up. Who's speaking right now? It's 150? Oh, Barr's speech is over. There's just no more data for today. Let's see, the 30-year mortgage rate jumped to 7.49 today. 4-week auction 5.31. 8-week auction 5.36. SPY options are trash. They kind of are, yeah. They're fine for swings. They're not great for intraday. You have to buy them like at or in the money to capitalize on them. Or you need a huge move. Like 30, 40 BPS. No more data? We're going to 4275. It's just like your opinion, man. Well, if you have an open option on SPX and it expires in the money at the end of the day, right? You make the difference between your strike and the closing price in cash. This is called cash settlement. Any idea why I only consistently make money on my paper trade account? Same starting balance, 10x on paper, flat IRL. Nerves? Are you changing something between how you trade on your paper account and how you trade in your real account? Fear of losing money can do that. You're ruggedly handsome as fuck today. Thanks, Baradactyl. Where's the OI on the chain after all the volatility? There's a little bit of call interest at 60, 65, 70, although I think the 70s are still largely sold. There's a put wall at 4250, which we're kind of a little bit above, but we haven't broken away from yet. There's a little tiny put wall at 55. That's really all that's protecting the sold calls that are out of the money right now. The upside there was on the back of put capitulation and a little bit of call buying. So a little bit of both driving prices higher today on the bounce. Current pump was 100,000% a futures pump. It wasn't. Yeah, I mean it's the market maker shedding their negative, like their negative delta, as puts close. We kind of get 40 BPS moves every day. But yeah, but when you have SPY options, you have to capture the entirety of it. You've really got to nail the entries. And if it's not quick, like if it's a slow move, you're like zero DTs on SPY or Theta can burn up before the entirety of the move is realized. It's better to play SPY options in the money, so you're just exposed to the delta, and you don't have to worry about the gamma, and it offsets the Theta decay. What are you gonna go for as Halloween this year? I think I'd stick with my current costume that I've been using for the last couple of years, and that's pickle themed financial YouTuber. I know, it's out there. It's kind of a crazy costume. A lot of people won't get it, but thanks, Grim, too. I'll take my shirt off when MOASS happens. How's that sound? Can we have a costume contest this year? Sure. I'm just not going to arrange it or have anything to do with it. What if taking off your shirt starts MOASS? Well, I guess MOASS never happens. I'm sorry, Grim 2. I thought you believed in going to the moon. I'm going as a floating cowboy head this year. Same as last year. We're teetering right on the long-term uptrend since October 2022, right? Yep. Make the pigeon wheels do it since they have all the snacks and never share with us billionaires. Hmm. I'm gonna create a channel for the pigeon wheels called Gherk's Snack Box. They deserve it. Gherk, when we do Pontiff, we can both take off our shirts and do pottery like in the movie Ghost. Yes, but only if you hire Whoopi Goldberg to hang out with us. Out of positions and no more settled cash. Poured up 20% today. Thanks, dude. Nice, man. I'm gonna regret not selling calls here, aren't I? I just don't care about today. I want it to be over. This is not the day I want. I want the data. I want to stop stepping in bullshit in the market. Are you Demi or Patrick? Patrick? What? If we could close literally right here, that'd be great. You selling iron butterflies? Buying them. Risky. You could start by taking your pants off. They already are. I'm just wearing Under Armour briefs right now. They're the stretchy kind. I bought so many put debit spreads on SPX, but now I have to wait to get paid. Yeah, that's the shitty part about debit spreads. They do have moisture wicking technology. I'm not going to show you. Do a camera flip. Adam Aaron was wearing tidy whities when he was perving off on fucking trades. That's what was going on, right? Because they were already in a call together before like the stream started. So trades was clearly giving Adam Aaron a little something for the appearance. And Adam Aaron still had his pants down once the stream started. How did no one pick up on that? Adam Aaron casting couched trades. Casting couched him hard. Oh. Call interest is falling off and put interest is picking up. Bear time. We could go like down. We could go down like a whole $7. Do the briefs flatten your lean hog? No. They're not like compression shorts. They're just underwear. There's nothing lean about my hog. I'm eating meal ruined. You're welcome, Harry Balls. Did you add the calf cam to the dilly yet? No. So I'm trying to look for reasons to resub. Just don't. Calls are being sold and puts are being sold as well. I don't really know how to handle this. We said bear time and it went up. Yeah. That was interesting. Maybe there's no downs here. Are they buying back sold calls? Ooh. Squeezy? That would make sense, I guess. Hmm. Too chasey here? It could be risky. Although, if they're buying back sold calls, maybe not so much. What does this mean for my November Netflix puts? Netflix is down like 130 BPS today. Bunch of Mag 7 just hit sold call levels. Apple, Tesla, and Nvidia. I see that. So did SPX. Now the question is, are they going to roll sold calls higher, close them all out, or sell more? What if I want to resub? Just don't. I don't care. Sub, don't sub. It doesn't mean anything to me. SPX 412 for 1012 look good. 412, 1012. Ouch. Had nothing to do with you, Papa Muff. I'm talking to Surface Smurf. But he'll pay an ADA. Wow. I'm not taking his shit coin. Still hurts. Why is this hurt? Isn't this the exact price that I said for the high of the day? Yeah, I definitely did. I definitely said like 55.60, and now we're at 55.60, and it's like, what's the surprise? Never write about housing. I said it's bear time. The Bears immediately gave up their 42.60 calls. Could you do me a solid and say 42.50? Not right now, I can't. If it's any consolation, someone's selling calls right now. Yeah. Maybe they're just rolling them up. That would make more sense. That's what I would do. Although someone's buying the 42.80, or maybe that's what they're selling. Maybe they're selling the 42.80 now. That volume picked up a lot. Fucking overconfident bears. All the volumes at like 55, 60, 65 calls. A little bit at 70, I guess. They're starting to get some put volume at 65 and 70. A bunch at 50. 50 sold puts. There's already pictures of my calves in the Discord, Grim, too. They're very artistic. No, Lawrence. If it makes you feel better, Girk, I kept my hedge. Although it's not just calls, I have some bull call spreads as a hedge. Interesting. That's not okay. Fair enough. When you said it's bear time, I bought a put and I immediately got blown out. I didn't do anything. I just said it's bear time. Although, technically, when I said it was bear time, it then went down before ripping back up. Is it bear time now? I don't know, maybe. Or are they just gonna. I don't know if they're gonna give up on another pile of sold calls. If it drops back below like 42.60. Oh, it is. It's what's it at right now? 42.55. So maybe below 42.50. The problem is I don't think there's a lot of range here. Like even if we fail this, like this peak here, probably just go back to like 45, maybe 40. They really pushed hard there though. I think they were trying to squeeze out the short calls. I mean, they got a couple of them. Just not many of them. Maybe that's where I should sell my goodies. How much are 55.50s? Is that fucking greedy right now? Ah. 50.55 is 260. That's not too bad. Ooh, 310. No, that's too low. 262. Hmm. Yeah, having a call when this kind of shit happens is nice. I got stopped out of my calls back here though. And I got stopped out of my puts here. And I just haven't bought anything since. So I missed all the big moves. But it's fine. If I can get $3 on that and sell it. Maybe this bounces again. Yeah, yields aren't negative. The 10-year moved negative. It was kind of flat before. I guess Dixie's dropping a little bit. Is it too early to straddle for tomorrow? Um, hmm. No. I've never played DDR. I don't mean strangle. I mean straddle. Oh, VIX isn't high enough for strangles yet. It is kind of a neutral range. 42.50 to 60 is pretty neutral. It's above like the big Vega risk for the bulls at 42.50, but It's still below like the MM. Charm risk. So it's, yeah, it's pretty neutral. Just because we either go big up or big down tomorrow, I think there's a middle ground there. I think there's a, like, if the data's like kind of okay or just flat, I don't think that'll really push either case very much. Is there a notable volume threshold on an individual SVX call or put order that it's ever notable? It depends on when it's being purchased for. Like if it's longer dated, 2000's like a really big order. But if it's shorter dated, yeah, like 0 DTs, not really. We're kind of a little bit above where the market maker would like this, I think. Would you say GME is gonna run in T+3? Ugh, I would say it might. Trade a $5 range until 2 minutes before close, then still flat. We could get hung up here. Or we could get more pumps on the low volume. Futures are pretty illiquid right now, so they're moving really hard. Like even the pump up on this wasn't huge. It was smaller than our sell off earlier. Kind of dying off. Wonder if I should go long some 4300s here just in case. Yeah, but that'll be my upside hedge. Oh, I'll wait for this to cool down a little first. Or no. Hmm. Okay, I think if we go back under 4250, I'll pick up some 4300s. Not for today, no. For like tomorrow or early next week. Just something to hedge my November puts. Nothing crazy. I think I did a pour by closing the short leg on Airbnb. What do you consider when managing a Jedi ratio PDS? Why'd you close the short leg? Did you close the short leg when it was up? If that's the case, that's fine. I mean, you're exposing your, the only problem with that is you're exposing your long short position to theta decay. So you better be pretty confident that it's going to continue down. No, it gap down today below the strike. Thanks. You could always sell another one against it. But it's recovering a little bit today. You may want to wait. Maybe you can average down if you have theta. For tomorrow's straddle, 5 to 6 days is more than enough time, right? I'm probably gonna buy like a 0 DT straddle, and then pick one up for. I'll probably buy for Monday, actually. Like the. Well, I'll see how liquidity is, but I'll probably buy for like the 9th. I don't think I'm gonna get 5 to 6 days for tomorrow. Like we have some range, but I don't think it's that much. I might put a little extra theta on the put side. $11.17 paper trade. I'm just learning to manage. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in that situation, like, so sometimes if you get a bounce, you can close, you can close the short leg, then reopen it when you average down the long leg. Like if it's something that you're gonna swing and hold for a while. You would have, well, yeah. If I was gonna hedge using SPY, would 426.27 work? Delta point 0.4 for next Wednesday, Thursday? You could? I don't know what the range for SPY is. I think SPY, like, I think it's just 430 would be the. I think 430 would be roughly 4,300. It's like 428 or something like that. Hold on. Maybe I can figure it out. Yeah, it's like 428.50 roughly. So yeah, I guess like 428 or 429. One of those two would be a hedge for like a bounce above 4,300. 27 could be okay too. It's just like more premium than I want to spend. What the actual fuck is going on? What do you mean? We dropped hard and then we kind of rallied back to neutral. Nothing really crazy here. I mean, bulls are trying to maintain some leverage or foothold into tomorrow's like data, right? It's pretty important. You could do that, yeah. If you want to short something, you could buy it and then sell an in the money call. Did your treasury squiggle tips touch yet? They should be diverted. Like Vol's down right now. They're kind of drifting apart still. I mean, they're not drifting apart a lot. Like that's just holding. But there is some effort to keep them separate. Because so vol and bonds cross. At that point, market participants are encouraged to go long vol, long bonds. Are you frustrated with the tech pump? Not really. I kind of expect them to keep pumping it until they can't. RSP's down 34 basis points today. So the only thing propping up the extra 12 basis points ES has is tech. And the only tech doing really well today is Apple. Apple and Nvidia are doing okay. That's Tesla. Yeah. Everything else is kind of flat or down. It should be real time. I don't know if it's a trading signal. The moves on it are very erratic. I don't think I'd use anything that's, tracking volatility as a signal. Or just purely volatility as a signal. And yields are pretty erratic too. So it's both sides of it would be risky to use as any kind of trading signal. Daly said if bond yields stay here, the Fed won't need to raise rates again. The Fed's not supposed to care about what real yields are at. It's not part of their job. He should shut his fucking mouth. We're gonna hit 4,300 tomorrow, and I'm gonna have to wear my sad pants. If you think we're gonna hit 4,300 tomorrow, do you have calls? I do. Then what are you worried about? Why would you have sad pants on? Some would say they have the dual mandate of shutting the fuck up. I just hate it when Fed presidents are like, I'm gonna say what the banks want me to say today. And they come out completely against the current Fed narrative. And they're like, no, guys, don't worry about what J Pow said. He's not in charge. So I have more puts than calls. But what if we go up really hard? And all your calls pay for all your puts. And then you still have puts. But they were free. Probably the put 3-month. Hey, look, we're doing that distributive thing that we do at the same time every day. Well, it's de-risking time. The price is high enough. Maybe they'll start de-risking the 4300s more. They started a little bit yesterday. Well, I mean, the other 493 stocks in the S&P, which are already basically crashing, are worth significantly more than the Mag 7, right? So unless all of that market cap flows into the Mag 7, over time, the Mag 7 will also lose market cap, which means that ETFs will begin to sell them and mutual funds will begin to sell them. And then they'll start to lose a lot more market cap really fast. The market doesn't like imbalance, like sustained periods of imbalance. Maybe the Economics 101 textbook. Do you think near future scheduled stock buybacks will cause the market to go up? Apple? I don't think anybody's going to be doing any extra buybacks. Also, isn't there a freeze on buybacks right now until the end of the year? UK, maybe. I thought there was like a freeze or a blackout period for something. I'll have to look it up. I can't remember. Do you think the range between 4200 and 4300 are fairly safe tomorrow? I don't. What are you doing? What are you doing in the range? I don't even know what that means. What are you like, solid condor? That seems risky and not worth it. The blackout period through earnings. Yeah, I know that. I thought some of the Mag 7 had longer blackout periods right now. SEC's proposing new rules that require them to disclose the blackout periods. Interesting. The initial part of this was the MM deleveraging. This is all just fighting for position now. I'm glad I didn't sell calls yet. Soon, though. I want to sell some soon. Looks like I could sell hazy some 4300s. It's the same thing I used to do, Grim, too, except with more talking and less watching Netflix all day. The quality on programming on Netflix has really gone down, so preferable. Check DM. DM. What's up? Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. Notice about the bear call spread. Maybe. I think it's more of effective VIX dropping than it is anything else, Dork. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't decided, Marpo. I know exactly what you mean, Grim, too. I'd probably care more if I had some exposure to this. If they keep me from buying my 4300s for tomorrow, I'm going to be upset, though. Ooh. No, that won't happen. Is ES breaking above the downtrend? No. It's at the downtrend. I guess it wicked above it, but it has every other time, too. Hmm. What do I think of a rejection here? Would a rejection occur here? Well, it's just not that much upside left. I guess I'll see if it's realized or not. So put and call buying both ramped up. No. Put selling, call buying? What fucking puts got sold? Something at the money? 65, 70, 75. Hmm. Someone's buying the 80 put. Okay. Nice swing trader to Mars. Well done. Later, McConnerberry. What if they want to risk off 4,300 before tomorrow? Well, then we'd run up, test 4,300, and then break down super fast. That's really fucking ambitious, though. I'll take a return to 4,240 anytime you and the BlackRock family are ready. Don't bet on it. We failed both breakdowns. One of my favorite things is you calling Mr. Connerberry McConnerberry. I got it wrong like the first time, and then I've just never fixed it. No, this isn't SLD. Are you gonna let Tesla spreads die, or just holding out for next week? I mean, this one's already dead, but this one I might just hold on to for next week. $42.67. Squeezy, squeezy. 70. Okay, there's some call buying. That's a lot of call buying, actually. Futures 4,300 test. Almost. No, it tested it. What's the high? 4,375. Okay, now I might sell some calls. But where do I sell them? I don't want to sell them in the money. 4,280? We still have room on the megaphone. What megaphone? Fuck you on about? No, that's not really a megaphone. Yep. I'm gonna sell calls. I'm just gonna sell calls and then I'll buy them back if it drops. And if it doesn't, there we go. All right, I'll be right back. All right, what did I miss? Nothing? Perfect timing. It's power hour. His sold calls are defenseless. They're fine. Why would you wish that on me, Wabeef? How how could you? After all the divorces that we've been through and could go through in the future. I made pizza dough. Good for you, Carl. That's a good sandwich. Idaho Beef would have never said that. He's changed so much. No, but seriously, I need this to go back below 260. I picked up a 0DT vertical put spread on a paper account. It paid me 300 to open. Do I just let this thing expire and collect the premium like CSP CCs, or close each leg and try to maximize gains? You probably just let it expire. No, I made a bunch of food. How many NVIDIA Jan 2024 200Ps do you have? The same amount I had. I don't know. I don't have that account open. I'd have to look. It's like 3 or 400 or something. Was the strike getting more liquid? Because before it was like 30% of the OI. Let me just go just a little bit lower. Back to 50 would be so cool. Um, dude, when did the fucking IV on that strike explode? Randall, have you been watching it? Was this recent? The 150 has 23,000 OI now? This is awesome. I can close my calls here, but I'd rather it drop a little more. They're gonna blame the market crash on indigenous peoples. I can see that. There's a part of me that likes to think our country's above that. That we're better than that. But we're probably not. You stop eating, Esa. I still have potato chips, cookies, part of a sandwich, and a soup left. Do you guys think history would have been any different? Like if the white people were being invaded instead? They call that Ireland. Yeah, out of all the white people, the Irish have really gotten it the worst. Well, them and the Jews. Whoever has the most weapons and germs always wins, regardless of skin color. Yeah, I've read that book too. Can you please not forget the Balkans? Fine. I mean, there's been a few times in history when white people have had it turned around on them, like the Moors and Spain, right? Persians in Greece, Vietnam, Afghanistan, the Alamo. No one expected the Spanish Inquisition, Dave. Genghis Khan, yeah. He didn't make it far enough. MM wants what? Roanoke? What does the MM want? The MM either wants 50 or 60. I mean, as a civilization, we must have come pretty far, right? People in general have improved somewhat. We're at a day and age where other civilizations that we destroyed are now treated with equality. Well, some equality. That's that's pretty cool, right? Japan. What's up, Dork? When crash? I don't know. What do you think, Monday? They pumped us all the way up here today to squeeze nothing. If the Jews had space lasers, would Palestine still exist? That's not even a logical conspiracy theory. Is that still a thing? Sure, but the market might crash first. They're lasers, Lenny. It's not like they make the land uninhabitable. Okay, by a show of hands, how many people in here actually think they're Jewish space lasers? That's ridiculous. It's far too many hands. I'm Jewish. What do you want to know about my space lasers? If there weren't Jewish space lasers, how do you explain Tom Lee, huh? Checkmate, libs. Your stream just gave me an ad for helping people with learning disabilities. Is this a coded message about my port? Welcome to options special ed, sweaty balls. I just want to let you know that I'm back from my long hiatus. Okay. Goody. Oh my god, no one used any fucking lasers in Maui. Which two Jews have the codes to launch the Legum laser? Here's the irony of it. The prime minister, the other code, Jesus. Awkward. Nah, no one's gonna get that joke. See you tomorrow, Nicolaire. I respectfully request that you kick the SPX in the nuts. Also, QQQ and SPX are just the same chart. You noticed that, huh? Ugh, I'm gonna have to find some variety. Hold on. There we go. Totally different now. I just got an Aldi ad. I didn't know they did advertising. A blatant jab at my port. Nothing coded about it. It's called tough love, Jen Jen. You should get a laser for your cat. I don't want to burn my cat up. What if it damaged his eyes? Hold on. Cats have reflective retinas. So if you shine a laser in a cat's eye, does the cat go blind or does it blind you? My cat's non-denominational. Hmm. Oh, way too much shit on my desk. If you have a $5 spread, if you sell a $5 spread for more than 250, are you pretty much automatically winning? Yeah, this is an excellent question, Dork. As someone who just sold a bunch of $5 spreads for more than 250, yes. Can you grease tectonic plates? That's a pretty good question, too. Probably not. Maybe we could cover them in Teflon. And then 3M would have an excuse to pollute everything with forever chemicals. Or maybe they just get sucked into the crack. You don't have to worry about them. They don't need an excuse. It's true. They're inert, so. So are microplastics. I'm still going to do an expose on them. They're in people's lungs, man. Is that what lean hogs measure? The likelihood that the McRib comes back? I think it's just like whenever like gelatinous pork fat futures have dropped, McDonald's brings the McRib back. Like pork scrap. Scrapple? That shit that people in Delaware eat. Gelatinous pork scrap. That's what a McRib's made out of, right? Are we actually going to 4,300 tomorrow or 4,200? Mechanically and chemically separated pork that's been reconstituted into a rib-esque patty, like a rib-esque shape patty. Spam's amazing. McRib's somehow worse. People love it, hate spam. I hate both. So, recongealed is the proper phrase. Well, no, because they use compression. That's how they get the shape. Once the whole pig has been fully rendered into a sludge, bones and marrow are then ground and mixed with cornstarch, high fructose corn syrup, and salt. Don't forget MSG to form a paste. That's the McRib. Then it's slathered in McDonald's barbecue sauce and topped with one fresh, genetically modified onion and a pickle. So your little league coach owned a pork factory? Huh. I haven't had fast food since '07, and this is making me want to throw up. Just remember it's like the food of the pores. You guys are wrong. It's 100% rib meat. My little league coach was a pork factory. Huh. If we rock it tomorrow at open, you expect the ups to continue consistently most of the day? Yeah, probably. There may be some de-risking, so I mean, we'll still have volatility, but ever had a St. Louis style McRibs? No. What's that? I've never eaten a McRib. They're disgusting looking. I think I bought one once, and then I opened it up, and it smelled off, and I threw it away. St. Louis foodies are so weird. Ooh, we fried a ravioli. That's the most accurate description of St. Louis cuisine I've ever heard. And they don't fry it, they toast it. It's a toasted ravioli. Does annual blood donation solve the microplastic problem? Hmm. No? I can't donate blood. So I don't know. Why not? Centaur AIDS? I lived in England from in the 90s. I don't know what that means. It means I could have had exposure to Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease. Can't they test for that? I think like only after you have symptoms and then you're dead anyway. I wish you could buy calls on fatness in America. You can. Just any food company. You know, Walmart said today that they were worried that Ozempic is reducing their food sales, which is hysterical. Can they only tell with a brain biopsy or something like that? I think so. It's also increasing gastroparesis, which will be fun to hear people complain about. Does it cause nerve damage? Is it causing like vagus nerve damage? If we're all on drugs to prevent us from buying and eating garbage food, what happens to Little Debbie? I imagine they'd go out of business. You should probably start stock up on fudge rounds and zebra cakes now. I loathe PDT. It's complete shit. Apparently last night, Victor. This is the least powerful hour I've seen in a while. I thought, no way that's real. Nope, the fucking CEO said it. He's Long Lily, right? That's what I'd do if I was a CEO. Come out and be like if I was the CEO of Walmart, I'd just be like, I'd buy a bunch of Tesla on a low, and then just be like, we're gonna install Tesla chargers in all of our locations because all of our customers are driving Teslas all the time. Boom. Pep? Is that like Pep Boys? Are they publicly traded? Oh, Pepsi. Ew. Pepsi got wrecked. Why do they think their ticker was just P? I don't know. It looks like it's going to 150. Consumer stocks getting wrecked one by one. Yeah. Nobody's gonna believe that. Walmart customers drive Toyotas. No, they don't. They drive 2011 Ford Focuses. I would have 42.50, 42.75 call spread to hedge when we were around 42.35. Would it be a bad idea to close it and move it higher? 75, 4,300 if we were to close here or higher. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. You could still keep some of it in the money to like protect your downside, but slide it up a bit. A friend of mine's mother passed away from CJD. Crazy stuff. They thought she was just depressed. They got tested and died like 3 weeks later. Fuck. Puts on diabetes med companies? The opposite. Calls, right? 42.53 close. We might close lower than 60. I don't care. As long as we don't close above 63, I'm pretty happy. And if we close at like 59, that'd be awesome. Oh shit, QQQ selling off. I mean Tesla. Same thing. I don't think Girk's ever ignored one of my at messages before. It took 3 years. Sad day. What did you say? QQQ equals Tesla plus Nvidia. No. It equals Tesla plus Meta. Nvidia's weighting got downshifted, reduced. I don't know why. I started with down and then I just added a. That was terrible. Yeah, I don't know. It works, right? You're just behind. Thanks from the future. Okay. Greg ignored me for a full day once. It was devastating. I might have to do that again. Are you going to change your name if I do? I'm short meta to Jan 2025. Please don't remind me. Pre-market. Greg ignores my at messages and responds to my ones without an at. I usually just ignore silly questions. What's the weather for tonight? I don't know. Looks like there's some sky outside. It doesn't seem like they're giving up on the 65s. You may want to close your spreads. No, I'll just take the loss. I only have like 10 left. I closed most of them already. If we slip under 60 again, I'll probably close the rest. Could you explain expectations for tomorrow's price action in the form of a Greek tragedy as Paris and Helen flood Troy? Paris turned and loosed an arrow, which hit Achilles in his heel. That was ultimately Achilles' doom. Creutzfeldt Jacob disease could be hereditary? Yeah. Prions are scary. Are bears or bulls Achilles? Definitely bulls. I'm not doing anything for you, AJ. Be quiet. You're not cool like Popcorn Trader. What are you doing for the long weekend? You mean the weekend that's 2 days and then we have the market on Monday? Kathy Woods sold $25 million worth of Tesla stock. We lost. GG. Why did you time him out, Carl? Are you trying to prevent Tesla FUD? If we get bad data tomorrow, should we expect an opening pump or even a full day pump? How bad? It depends on how bad it is. Dramatic effect? Oh, okay. How important is tomorrow's data? It depends on the print. It could be not very important at all, or very important. Could we please get a little tighter consolidation into close? If I close the rest of my spreads here, we could get a little bounce. I'm just kidding. This is a reminder that the markets will be closed Monday, October 9th, in observance of Columbus Day, Finders Keepers Day. Also, Gherk, buy your straddle. I have my straddle. Thank you. Um, but the markets aren't closed on Monday. The bond market's closed, and there's no settlement, and banks are closed. But NASDAQ and NYSE are ready to go. FTD settle as normal. Looks like I don't even have to close the spreads. Huh. Look at that, dork. rewarded for selling in the money call spreads. It's almost like someone had to buy them. Had to. Gherkin and Kenny sitting in a tree. Trading. Banks ironed probably something out to make Monday crash day. Maybe. We talked about that earlier. It doesn't matter. If we pump, my spreads close. I've already gotten all the money. I made $11.50 today. Baby steps, C-Mill. Baby steps. No, the bond market is closed on Monday, not equities. I lost $200. Damn, it's good to be back. It'll be broke in no time, Carl. Yields can't keep rocketing. Bullish. Yeah. The 200Ps are for everyone, Rocket. They're like 30 cents. Why isn't the USD JPY over 150 yet? It hit 150. And then the Ministry of Finance responded to the breach of their yen target by no comment. By a firm action of no comment. Did you get out of those spreads? I did, yeah. That's how you know they're serious about letting us rob them blind. It's advantageous for them to be the lender of first resort for the entire civilized world. That's how they get everyone. It's a trap. Then they margin call everybody. Ding ding. The day is done. 258.21. Might be a little higher than that, but for those of you that bought 0DTE 4300s, I'm sorry. Down a whopping 13 bips, but still down, Popcorn Trader. When asked Pan said, mind your own business. Oh, fuck. Extra bips? Well, we closed under the trend after breaking to the upside of our long-term trend ever so briefly. We did end up closing under it. Bear's not quite ready to give up their advantage just yet. So tonight we'll probably trade in this like same range, 289 to 4300. I don't expect anything crazy to happen. Despite them fighting back against yields hard today, the 20 and 30 continued to rise. They did manage to put the kibosh on the 10 and the 5, and the 2. So some effect. Dollar down about 42 BPS on the day, but still above 106. USD JPY ending the day at 148.44. Correlation kind of flat. We had a little spike in it earlier today when he dropped, but they flattened that out. Most of the Mag 7 kind of not doing much today. I think Apple, Microsoft were the only winners for the day. Oh, NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft. So 3 out of 4. The RSP is now down 11% from its recent highs in July. So that's totally normal given that the SPX is only down 7%. Looks like the 30-year rose into the end of the day. 10-year stayed pretty flat. VIX correlation continued up today. Almost at 70% for this. This is on the weekly, by the way. So VIX closing at 1838 in backwardation with the contract in front, which is at 1820. I think that's about it. Obviously, tomorrow morning's going to be very data dependent. Yeah. So we'll see what happens and what the print is. I'll give you guys an update on the options positioning, but it's going to be mostly neutral around like 42.50 to 42.75. Probably similar to last night, maybe without the weird call walls to protect the downside. Mentioned that I quit my job in the wrap up. Carl quit his job to become a full-time degenerate gambler. Congratulations, Carl. Your mom and I are both proud of you. I hope it does wonders for your mental health. Carl told me to renounce my pigeon whale status. I hope you told him to go fuck himself. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night. I hope everyone has calls and puts. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.